Uh, hello. Hello, Ashi. Hello, a typical Ice Age. Ice Mage. Hello, Gao. Hello, Aries. Hello, Aaron. Did I miss anyone? I don't think so. Oh, hello. Let me play some music. How many songs are there in this one? Ah, okay, cool. Plenty. Oh, but not enough. It's only 37 minutes. Oh, this one. This one's only 13 minutes. Okay. Hello, Macaroon. Hello, hello. Hello, Korga.
Shapeshift now!
Shapeshift now. Am I shapeshifted? Yeah, I am. Okay, cool.
Hoi!
Why are all these playlists so...
Hoi!
Oh, because I press album instead. Okay, cool. Let me see. What song should I go for? Yeah, I'll go for this one. How long is it? 14 hours, cool. Alright, let me start working on this one. Alright, Roy. First to username. There it is, okay. That's a cute Arcanine, yeah it is. Hello Nymphy.
Big Man Pickle Johnson just said, "Wowee, that is one dapper looking Arcanine."
Wee. How's everyone doing today? Everyone saw the Pokemon Direct? How do you guys feel about it? Hello Fan. Do you think so? Cause for me, I always thought glasses look kind of weird on Pokemon and furry stuff. I still do them for people because they probably identify with glasses because they in real life they wear a pair of glasses as well. But I don't know. It's just how do they make it stay on their nose or something? They never really make sense to me. Hello, Buster. You know how I feel about it, yeah. You don't have my brand, I have special eyes. What kind of special eyes? Like Sharingan? Or I don't know. Like the ones in what is it called again? The one with the idol song? They have star eyes instead. The way I design my glasses is that the nose bridge has a wide base so that it mostly stays on the snout. Right. I get that. You can probably just lodge it on top of the snout, but you probably kind of need to balance it with the ear somehow still. Maybe I'm just thinking about it too realistically. Probably I shouldn't put too much thought into it. Especially if the character's moving around a lot, then if it only is lodged on top of the snout, it means that the lenses will like kind of like flop maybe to the front or to the back. That's not what we want, right? Hello, Jay. Frantically looking for the Discord to paste a video. I see. Is it some sort of meme? No, I want that. What makes more sense with like eye going behind the head or something? Right. It's kind of like the same as some, you know, the ones that some old people wear, the ones with like the chains on the glasses as well. I think those one would make more sense on like furry characters or like a like just like a head of like a furry person or like a Pokemon or something. Is it Aaron's birthday? Happy birthday! You're 1 day, 1 year closer to death. Yay! It's like one of those ST jokes. He always talks about that. Remember to horizontal flip, everyone. I was chatting with people on my server yesterday after the release of Pokemon Legends CA, and there are certain ideas that I came up with that might be interesting, but I just don't know if like they were actually implemented in the game. Because like we know Game Freak's track record, like we don't expect that much from them at all. As sad as it is to say, but it's the truth. And then I was thinking like you know how like in one of the tweets they said that like the whole game is going to take place in the city and the city itself. So I was thinking like, you know, the map they showed isn't that big. So I was thinking like either they can go like the Tears of the Kingdom kind of way, in that like maybe we can get to explore a underground thing. But I don't know about that because like that's kind of more the identity of Sinnoh. So I don't know if they would do that for Kalos or like Lumius. I doubt like I don't know. I'm kind of doubtful to even call it Kalos because it's just Lumio City. So thank you for the follow, Fod. Welcome. And then the other idea is that I came up with, like, it's probably like what if like we can kind of like time travel into two different periods, perhaps like somewhere before the war happens, and then or after the war, where everything is just like a wreck, and then we have to rebuild Lumio City, and then it'll become like the Lumios that we see nowadays. That could be interesting, but also it's probably a bit too elaborate for Game Freak. Because like if they actually do that, it will solve a lot of problems. Like if it only like the whole game is only like taking place in the city, it means that like I don't know how they're gonna like redevelop the whole city and stuff, right? But there are certain biomes that they can't really emulate in the city setting. Like for example, I don't know, like some sort of volcanic region, or like some sort of like frosty region. I don't know, maybe like an ice eating ring or something. That's gonna be like very limiting. So what if it was like it like we travel back to the region, or like travel back to Lumio's city when the war happened. So it was like still like a wilderness instead of like a whole big ass city. It like Lumio's tower would just be like a, instead of like the huge tower that we see now, it could have been just like a little landmark back then. And that way we still get like some wilderness in the game, in the form that like it's only in the past. Hello, Sim. Another thing to be kind of excited about, I guess, would be new mega designs. I think they're definitely gonna like put more mega designs in there, apart from like maybe some regional form. What are they even gonna be called? Like they can't just call it Lumio's like exclusive Pokemon, so it's probably like Colossean, Kalosian. Or perhaps a region will be called like a different name. I don't know. Hello, Blaze in the Car. It doesn't allow. Is likely gonna be a new region name anywhere, like St. Louis name history. Right, I don't know. That is only like if we assume that it's gonna be taking place in a different time period. If it doesn't allow the devs to cook for too long, so they focus on one city instead of one region. Yeah. I see like a lot of people say like, oh, the game is going to be released next year, so that means that they have time to cook, right? But I don't think so. We get the game announcement now. It means that like the game is probably already like 80% gone. Not gone, but like 80% done. They're like at their polishing states right now, so I don't think like they necessarily had time to cook. Because like I think this game has always been planned for maybe like 2 years already. It's just released right now that we see it, and I don't know if they actually had time to cook. I feel like Gen 10 is when we actually see if Game Freak actually reflected on like the whole quality versus quantity thing. And if they even screw up there, then that means that I don't know. I don't know much about like the franchise, like gaming wise. I mean, Pokemon will never die, but like our confidence in their like game making ability, that might die. It's already like dwindling. So hey, the Noodle X Megastone, basically. Remember the message that I don't know. Welcome, my school level is high school. Right? Yeah. If you ever what you get game-wise today is what was learned from 2 generations ago. So this is probably the product of reflection from Sword and Shield feedback primarily. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of like trying to get at, because like they say that after Scarlet and Violet that like they noticed the complaints about uh too much quantity and like the dwindling quality of the games, and then they're trying to reflect on it or something. But it's not something that we're gonna immediately see. But I think a lot of people will probably be expecting that uh in Legends CA, and I don't think that's like a good expectation. Then again, like nowadays with Game Freaks, the less expectation you have is the best going into like a new game. Sometimes like we expect nothing and we still get disappointed, so it's better not to have too high of an expectation, you know? That sounds so what's the word for it? Like so pessimistic, but I don't know. Is it pessimistic or is it realistic? I feel like these ones will be good though. I would have anticipated a Gen 5 remake, but Gen 6 was starved for content, but I blame the switch to 3D for that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if like they hesitated on actually talking about a Gen 5 remake, considering how negatively people reacted to BDSP. So they might be actually scared to to announce something like that again. But I guess we shall see. Or perhaps like I really like the Blueberry Academy is like the Gen 5 remake already, which I doubt it. Hello Arky, as I'm drawing an Arky. Give us free create Victini. Give us shiny Victini. It's still shiny locked at right now, so when are they gonna release it? Another year for being the clown for expecting new PMD, yeah. Would you guys like prefer uh perhaps like if we actually get a new PMD game that all the sprites and not sprites, all the like models will be refreshed to the new Scarlet and Violet models? Would you guys prefer that, or do you guys like prefer the older models? When I say older, I mean more like the remake version of it. Give us legends that aren't shiny logged. You have to go back and pay for the around 100 DLC to get them there. Yeah, that's disappointing. But with PNG style wise, it thrived with the models we got with the red and blue rescue team models. It just fits the mood of the series more. Yeah, I agree. I think I was talking to Gao yesterday about it as well, like how I think like the Pokemon franchise in general, um, we can talk a lot about all the like frame issue and stuff like that, but I think what they really lack is style and art direction. I don't get why they keep trying to like make it look so hyper realistic or whatever. Like maybe they think that that's where the gaming industry is going. Like everything needs to look like in real life or something. But clearly they're failing at it. I don't know why they go for like that kind of art direction when they really should go for something stylistic for the Pokemon franchise. Like for example, I don't know like how people feel about Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but that game actually has pretty good style, and I think they should have like kept that kind of like aesthetics going. Like we don't see Mario games like getting super hyper realistic, and I think that's a good move. That's why Black and White was so good. They cranked the style and storytelling up a notch. Animated spirits were sprites were great enough already, but always animated pixel works was awesome. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you mean. I mean, we shall see with like what the Pokemon franchise is going into. I'm honestly quite excited for the TCG one for the mobile because I've never really have the habit of buying Pokemon cards in real life. They're a bit too expensive, and I don't play the TCG game anyway, so I don't really get a lot of value out of them. I only like to collect them if they have good arts and good illustrations. So having a mobile for that is kind of interesting. But we shall see like how many cards you actually can get from it. And before it's just like the first generation or something. Or if I know that Arcanine from somewhere. Maybe. An Arcanine with a bow tie and glasses. As far as I know, there's no other like special accessory that this Arcanine has. And the problem with style you were talking about earlier plagues the modern TCG game. When you have Yu-Gi-Oh, MTG, and Marvel Snap, you really gotta toss more into presentation style to make your card game stand out. I don't know about for Pokemon. The online Pokemon TCG always needed some love. It still works great, but it's missing the stylized stuff. Right. I don't play those games, so I'll take your word for it. But I also want to point out that it's Pokemon. They're gonna like be carried by the brand name, so I don't know if they will ever put too much effort into making it the best that it could be. It's sad, but I think it's true. I love that swiping right to open a pack was put as like a selling point in the trailer. Yeah, as if that is something like, I don't know. Do people actually like super enjoy like that specific motion? I personally don't think so. It's more so like stacking the card around so that you get the like super rare at the very back, and then you slowly like reveal them, and it kind of like takes away the fun of actually people like unpacking as well. So I don't know. The Pokemon brand is really strong. I doubt they'll have problem with it, especially when the offline TCG already sells really well. Yeah, I don't think like it. I don't think it's like we're talking so much about like the selling thing though. Like Pokemon will always sell. That's kind of the thing. But it's more so like I think in a game or like in a company kind of point of view, if your if your products are going to do well without you putting too much effort or like putting too much investment into it, will you actually put more effort into it? I don't think so. Like they'll probably like just put something that's like meets the bare minimum kind of like requirement, and they'll call it a day. Physical market will always dominate for these franchises. Yeah, reseller collector value reigns supreme, but the online game really needs to step up to beat games like Snap. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think they care though. If anything, I think the new TCG mobile thingy, you can kind of like see it as some sort of ads for the actual Pokemon card, like the in real life ones. It doesn't have to be good. You just have to, keep the awareness that Pokemon has TCG cards as well that you can collect in real life. Go out and buy some of them if you like the online version so much. I think that's kind of like the purpose of it. As well hurts because the Pokemon TCG is really fun. It just needs a good mobile platform. Especially when COVID hit, we were thirsting for being able to do card duels on the go. That's true. I think if this game came out during COVID, I think it will sell pretty well. This game should have came out to kind of like a kind of substitute, I guess, for Pokemon Go, because like Pokemon back then we can't really play during the pandemic. So, oh, thank you, everyone for the subscription. Enjoy the new emote, the dancing one. Yay! Oh my god, I hate the dino dance. Has there anyone know like what actually happened to it? Like why did they have to like refresh it? I like the old one a lot more than this one. Pokemon they evolve. Give me back my baby Pokemon then. I don't want this one. This one is very ugly. Locals vanished in 2020, so we went digital and even over Discord calls to duel. Right. Really? That literally is the reason? Well, same thing. Give me back my baby Pokemon. I don't want this one. It's like, let me press B. Let me put an Everstone on it. This board is looking a bit too flopper, flipper, kind of. It looks really weird. Maybe it's too short, that's why. Maybe this is better. Stay baby for life. Exactly. That's the tweet. Let me see. This Pokemon Day is going to be the very best. Well, what? Dino Dance is evolving. Catch him in chat before it's too late. Yeah, I hate it. Ugh. Very loud music. Everyone in the comment section. No, we don't want to change it back. We all spam B to stop it from evolving. We're going to get a Mega Arcanine that we can finally call like an actual legendary. Gen 6 starters Mega, please. Yeah, I was talking about that just now on my server as well. Like, are we gonna actually see like how do you guys think they will actually choose the starters for uh Legends CA? Thank you, Allow, for the hydrate. And hello. Do you think they'll just like choose the Gen 6 starters and then um give them new megas? Because I don't feel like they can um do the same thing of like randomly choosing some different starters like they did on Hisui. Because I feel like, for example, if they chose, let's say, I don't know, Poplio, and then Snivy and Torchic or something. No, let's not say Torchic. Torchic has a Mega Evolution already. Let's say Epic. I don't know. Let's say those three. Like if they give a special Mega Evolution to those, I think people are gonna complain for like not having, like, for example, because we have a Mega Primarina. Does it like why don't we have like a Mega Incineroar as well or something like that? So I feel like maybe they're just gonna choose, like, as you guys say, maybe they're just gonna choose the Gen 6 starters. Alternatively, this could be a way to reintroduce Scout how popular Mega Evolution is. It's a battle mechanic and reintroduce it in the exchange. I feel like they could just like kind of balance it, like how they did with Gigantamax. The whole complaint about like Mega Evolution was that like it's very broken because like from how I understand it, I think it's because like you can keep the Mega Evolution even if you switch out and everything. But I don't know how I feel like because like it's in the Legends battle mechanics, so I don't know like how it will work out. I always thought that Legends is not really about battling; it's more so about like kind of exploring. So why do we exactly have this Mega Evolution coming back in, like specifically in this game? It's kind of beyond me. Unless like Legends is kind of just like a little label to suggest that it's like a game that takes place in the region and then they're trying new things out with them or something. So perhaps like Legends EA will be very different to Legends Arceus. It seems to be that way anyway, because like we saw the blueprint of like Lumiose and it's like not taking place in the ancient time. So what do we know? I don't know. What are we gonna get? We shall see. It's funny how like you're saying that people are excited for Brixton but not Delphox. We all know why. We all know why. Delphox is kind of weird looking. Because of Pokken. Yeah. Actually growing to love Delphox design, honestly. Quite unappreciated, overhated. Yeah, I don't know. I think the main thing about Delphox, like, it's mostly just the proportions of it. It's like a very weird kind of proportion. Like if you actually see some of the fan arts and stuff, it'll look better than the official. Something about like the whole huge ear like fluff thing, and the fact that they're like super stiff, and then we get this like kind of weird. How do you say it? Like a dress or gown or whatever, of robe. The whole thing, I don't know. I just read it as a stiff. Yeah, the wizard robe thing. You wizard, Harry. Legends game they might be able to really make them shine. We will see. We'll get more news when it's closer to the release date. So PMD announcements next year, right? I don't know. You should like prepare your clown suit anyway, just to prepare like for the worst. Copium. I do wonder like what the actual audience of PMD is. Is it big? Because like if it's big, I don't think it makes sense that they will ignore it for so long. So it's probably still like a pretty niche kind of thing. Online PMD MMORPG. That'll be interesting. I imagine like all these people with their Pokemon avatar or whatever, and just like kind of like swearing at people. You should have brought that effing Reviver seed. Yeah, it definitely has a bigger fan base out of all the spin-off Pokemon has made. I think Pokemon Go has more. I think most of the mobile games have more actually, I don't know. Or perhaps like the PMD community is like a bit more quiet compared to the other ones. I think it will also be interesting if we have like a roguelike of a Pokemon game. I think the setting might be interesting for PMD setting, maybe. Like it's already kind of like a roguelike, I guess. But no, maybe it's more like an RPG, less so about like roguelike. Imagine like you go into like a different dungeon every single time, and then perhaps like you have to kind of like befriend some of the randomly generated like Pokemon in there, maybe to fight like a boss or something. Mini game? I don't think so. I think it can be a full on game by itself. Arcanine looks so naked without all the stripes. Add them. Yeah. I always thought even in the PMD games, how they incorporated like some legendary Pokemon has always been kind of lazy still. Like some of them don't really have any story apart from like, oh, I don't know, Palkia is suddenly angry at you. Oh well, I don't know. I don't know. It's fair if like I state Palkia because Palkia still has some story tied to it, but maybe like the legendary birds or something. They're just kind of there. You get the item for them, and then you can summon them in the dungeon or something. Oh, thank you, Amerara, for the 1 bit for the biddies. One thing that we can appreciate at least from Scarlet and Violet, that at least like they're pumping out more story. Hello, cat. Welcome. Um, like it made the Momotaro kind of like story kind of interesting. It's more bizarre than anything, but it's still like an effort shown, I guess. Too bad they kind of dropped the ball with like Terrapagus though. They tried to give it a story, but we never really learn anything of it, like in the main series. It's also interesting how uh, there's so many legendary Pokemon now that they're barely really legendaries anymore. Like, you don't feel that they're rare. They're almost kind of like a fetch quest nowadays. You're like, oh, Sunny is just in this game as well. Let me just catch it. There's no like story purpose to any of them. Like why they're there, what are they doing there even? Do they like do their presence, since they're like legendary Pokemon, they're super powerful. Do their presence like impact any of the environment or anything? None of that. Hello Ogo, welcome. A real Nintendo strategy re-release Pokemon Rangers. That game will destroy people's Switches and increase the sale and success of Switch 2. Increase the sales for like a monitor protector or something. How goes it? I'm doing fine. Hope you're doing fine as well. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a monster collecting game. Yeah, it is, but like, I wish for more. Just things that you would imagine they would think about, but they just kind of like give us the bare minimum. That bits I think everyone's complaining about recently too. If I want a shiny hunt earlier, which one? Is it one of the like hellish ones? Let me see. Arcanine's the inner thigh is not black, right? I don't think so. I don't think so, no. Warren, okay. That means it's like in one of the past generations? Question mark. Oh, Legend Arceus, okay. I thought shiny hunting in Legend Arceus is still pretty easy. What do you guys feel about like shiny hunting being more accessible and easy nowadays? It's like I've heard some. I guess they could be called like more elitists. Like they complain how shiny Pokemon's so easy to come by nowadays. It's not worth the challenge or something, and it makes like shiny hunting uh not as desirable. I guess I don't know if I agree with that. Like lowering the entry makes a lot more people interested in shiny hunting, and I don't think it's like a bad thing. Like I for once don't have the time to sit through, the old rates of like 1 out of 4,000 or something just for like a recolor version of a Pokemon. Like if you say like for example, I don't know, shiny Pokemon have like some sort of like stat increment to the normal counterpart, then maybe I can think of like a like it's worth it to sit and try to go through all like the odds, the super high odds or something. But yeah, if it's just like a recolor version, I just don't see why they have to make it so difficult. And I fully welcome like making it easier for people to attain them. And easier shiny kind of kills the novelty of getting shinies in the first place. I guess it a little bit, but again, like who has the time to actually sit through the super bad rates back then? I think it's better to make shiny hunting easier. Not a lot of people have the time to gamble on one and 8k plus odds for shiny. Like yeah, exactly. Vote on the second one in a community try to get the color. Color technically let me take this. I see. But even in Scarlet and Violet, some of the Chinese you still need quite a bit of time to find one. So I don't know. Like some people who are not gonna like spend time on it will still not do it. So I guess there's still some type of like novelty there. I think the main thing about Legends and Scarlet and Violet is just that you can see the shiny in the overworld. That's why it makes it easier. And I really enjoy that part actually. It's kind of almost like a spot the difference for me. Like a little game for me. And it's only easier because you can see more Pokemon on a screen at one time. Like versus having to go through all the intro, the battle intro scene. Like that, and then the Pokemon slowly like slide into the scene. You don't have to go through that in Legends and Scarlet and Violet, and that's why it makes it easier. I would think. Like, you still have to sit down and try to look for them. That part is not made any easier. Yeah, Goldango, Goldango wasn't even that great of an example because like Imigo is like kind of shiny locked. I remember that little raid event that they did, and then they're like, oh, you can maybe encounter a shiny Imigo if you are lucky, and then they just like put them in raids and then make them like the standard odds anyway. Shiny charms and whatever you can boost the shiny raids doesn't help, so everyone was tired of it, including me. I'm like, okay, if I want to collect it, then I will have to like use those bots or whatever on Twitch. And that's kind of like one of the instances where I have to use those. And I don't have time to sit through like all these raids and try to figure out if it's actually shiny as well. Because like the shiny Gimme Go is basically the same as the normal one, and also with the terrestrialized kind of effect, you can hardly see if it's actually shiny or not. So what you have to do is you basically have to beat all the Gimme Go raids in order to check if it's shiny at all. And one raid is like gonna take so much time. It's gonna like take even more time, in fact, than the older generation kind of encounter scene thing. And I'm like, screw it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to sit through that. Maybe they could make shiny Pokemon more unique by giving them new moves or abilities. I doubt they will actually like put that kind of effort into it. But if they do that, then I agree that like it should make it harder to obtain shiny Pokemon. But as it is, I don't think so. I think it should they should just make it easier. If Pokemon contests still exist in the new games, would have been funny to see a shiny Pokemon minorly increase appeal by making it easy to start over. Maybe. I mean, I thought the Pokemon contest thing is kind of exclusive to Hoenn. So I don't think it'll necessarily return. I think they really need to like get people to design better shinies though. Like notwithstanding what we just discussed about like Yumigu and also like the Chakudet line, there's also like a mouse hole, which is horrendous. And there is I guess a little bit of like a Flamigo. Flamigo is also a horrible shiny. And it almost feels like they're designed that way purely to kind of mess with like shiny hunters. Oh, jeez. Hello, Blood of Fur. Welcome all the raiders. There's a huge raid. Oh my god. Welcome. Let me, I guess, like introduce myself because there are so many people. I'm a digital artist. I draw a lot of like Pokemon stuff mainly. Sometimes I draw furry stuff as well. Uh, I'm currently working on a lot of commission stuff that I'm. It's kind of like my last batch for February, so I want to finish them before the month end. Um, on the top right corner is like some of my recent works, and you can also check out my all the other links down there in my about page, I guess, and then you can see all the recent art there as well. If you enjoy all the chill vibes, you're more than welcome to stay here. We play a lot of like J-pop music and sometimes like some chill lo-fi music as well. So yeah. Let me give you a shout out though. Okay. What were you guys doing in their stream? Are you guys doing art as well? Oh yeah, bye Blazing. Hello Komi. Was working on art. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Dialuca. I hope it was a fun art stream. What was I doing? Yeah, okay. Sketches and a sticker. Oh, okay, cool. I currently like was working on like an animated emote as well. Let me show you. It's this one here. It's a bling bang bong thing from Marshall. Took quite a while.
Draco_X_999 just said, all dragons should be macro. Giant, huge, big, massive, colossal, looming and titanic.
Okay, then how about the one from, from Mulan? Small dragons deserves love as well. Not so large. I was actually thinking about that idea, like when I was designing my current PNG tuber that you see down there. I actually usually am a koala. This one, it's a koala crossed with Shibe, but because this year is the year of dragon, I created my dragon Sona, and I was thinking like, what if this dragon is actually like one of those like super small ones? Maybe it could be like just a finger tall. That would be interesting.
Shapeshift now!
Oh, shift back. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's my koala. Thought it was a wolf. A little bit, because of the color, I guess. All dragons are cute, yeah. There's more. Some koalas have two thumbs on each hand. They do. It's like a... It's kind of like a hybrid thing that I'm going for, so I'm like, I just go for something that looks more attractive, I guess. Two thumbs is a bit too... too awkward, I guess. I don't know even like how many commissions I can get done in a stream. I'll try to get as many done as I could, but I still have to like prepare dinner later, so I'm kind of on a time crunch, I guess. Ooh, another Arcanine. Hope you enjoyed this one. Let's see, want to make it slightly darker. Then we go for my favorite technique that I stole from Regalia. It should be multiply. Okay. Let's do the fake highlight thing. I really enjoyed this, and you can see that a lot of like if you search up like one of those splash arts from Regalia Lost, and you kind of see what I mean. It's one of those like white and fake highlight to make things pop. It's so easy to do, but it's very effective, and I really like it. I forgot to color the glasses. I'll do that later. We were talking a lot about Pokemon before the raid happened. I'm very excited for the TCG competition as well. I'm not super certain that I will win anything, but I'm very excited to see like what all the artists are drawing for it. I've seen a lot of like great entries that people are planning to put into the competition, but some of them are like too busy, and so they never submitted it, which is a shame. One thing I'm very excited about, like if I actually win, is to be able to go to Japan. Like I've always wanted to travel there to try a lot of the food and stuff. But more than anything, I'm more excited like to be able to be featured on the site at all. I'm pretty confident that I should be there. That one of my entries should be there, but I don't know if it will win anything. So I guess we shall see when the first screening is around the corner, which probably could be around June, I think. As they talked about how the final result will be announced in September, I think. So we should see the first and second screening about like several months before that. And even if I don't win anything, that's still okay. Because like I can probably use those the entries that I've submitted and use them as prints. And I think you guys will like it a lot. and provided that you like the Pokemon that's featured in it. And I wonder if they will kind of like do more of these competitions in the future. And I wonder like if you actually got qualified for the finals in one of the competition, does that mean that you cannot submit more of these for the next competition? Like, cause I kind of find it pretty fun to kind of like draw Pokemon illustrations according to the limitations that they've set, or like the little theme that they have going on for the year. Most of the time though, it's kind of like in anything goes. Like this year is like, what was the theme again? Something about oh yeah, the magical moments of Pokemon. Like you can pretty much do anything you want. It's actually something I realized the other day. I was talking to my friend or something, and then I was talking about like how some people are very good at, for example, doing patron work and stuff like that. And I'm always kind of fascinated because um, I'm not that kind of artist in the sense that I don't have a lot of like very original ideas going on all the time. I can't really. I find that it's more difficult for me to kind of like keep coming up with like good ideas and then kind of do them like a monthly or something, you know. And I think to me, if I have to analyze like my working habits and stuff like that, or like the habit of like an artist or something, I think for me it's more like I need people to tell me what to do. So I think the model of like a commission is a bit better for me, so that I don't have to like come up with ideas of what to do. It's just people telling me like what they want to see for their characters, and I'm just like there to execute it. Oh yeah, that's the time that I was talking about. Like, I think I'm good at executing ideas. I'm not good at coming up with ideas. You like working with commissioners to enhance their ideas? I mean, that's kind of the aim for all of the commissions that I have received. I don't necessarily work with them per se. It's just that they throw me what they want, and then I kind of like just like make it look good in my vision. Although like a lot of the times I would say like with commissions and stuff, with it's a lot of like trust and stuff that you have to place on each other. Like the commissioners will not necessarily know exactly how the pictures will come out 100%, but I guess like they can always like just study how I've been doing art for the recent like months or something, or like the recent commissions that I've done. They just kind of like, you know, do this, do this style, but with my character or something like that. And my tendency is usually to yesify all the characters that I've got anyway. Like, if anything, if people commission me, they can expect their characters to look good. It has happened like several times already. I'm like, why does this character look so good? Why does this character look so beautiful or like dude so handsome right now? I'm like, why? What? What have I done? And usually like no one is complaining. Like you make my character look good. Who is complaining? Some things I'm also like itching to kind of do more is prints actually. Perhaps next year I'll do more prints. It's just that I don't really go to conventions, if at all. So I don't know if like I'll be able to sell them very well. It looks a little like Divina from the Tales of Elysium, which I find really funny. Does she? This one, right? I guess a little bit. Just cause I guess like she looks very fierce and a bit cold, I guess. Which is kind of interesting because Divina is a Charizard and cold and Charizard doesn't really gel well with each other. But I guess I guess that's the irony of it. You're on the same cold spectrum, yeah. Maybe cold is not the word, it's more so like cutthroat, maybe? Ooh, another thing that I really want to do is like create more fake mods. I haven't been doing fake mods for a while, but I have not been slacking on those actually. Um, like every time I come up with like a new idea, I usually just jot them down and do them later. And my lists have been super long with that. So I have a lot of like ideas that I need to execute. That part would be pretty fun. I do wonder, like, with so many Pokemon being made nowadays, are there any like specific species, animal species that we really want to see still? Like, a few years ago, it's still like people are requesting a lot about dolphin Pokemon, and we finally got it in Scarlet and Violet. Thank you for the follow, JF Swift. Welcome. I wouldn't mind seeing more rodent. I guess that's just pick a clones. Yes, it's a Roy. Indeed. Yes. Yeah, I can do that. Cool. I'm shocked they still haven't made an official Husky Pokemon, though I'm content with Husky. Right. I guess like Arcanine is kind of like a Husky as well. So maybe that's why they've never actually made another Husky. Anita, we do have an Anita. Heatmore. That's the whole gimmick of it. with Durant. I think it might be interesting to see more like um, Australian animals being represented. Maybe we have Komala. We have. Do we count Kangaskhan as a kangaroo? I don't. I don't. I kind of don't want to, but I guess it's fair enough. Perhaps we can have a quokka. We can have. Uh, we can have blue tongue lizard. We can have the lyrebird. We can have the the killer bird. What is it called again? I can't remember. I even made the design for it, but I can't remember what its name is. The killer bird that has like a crown. It's like a dinosaur bird. I forgot what it's called. We can have platypus. I don't know if Psyduck is a platypus, eh? Thank you for the follow, Azo Dross. Welcome, welcome. This is super cute, thank you. As many as Tiger as a fossil Pokemon could be a cool concept for Aussie Pokemon. Yeah, I guess so. Do we have a peacock Pokemon yet? If we're not counting like Ho-Oh, maybe. The shadows should be a bit warmer. Use a red instead of a blue. Okay. Time to do some lighting.
Hoi!
Hello, Batuga. Dog, yes. Wolf. like it could be darker still. If it's darker, it means that I can put more complexity into the shadows and lights. Oh, he's a little too yellow. Makes him almost look like a shiny. Let's tune it down more. Maybe like a refractive light. Thank you for the follow, Do490. Welcome. What would the bounce like be? Did I go for blue? Oh, thank you for the follow, Tempo Arcanine. Oh, blue is nice. Maybe something that's more saturated. Complementary color is very complementary indeed. Look at how well the blue is reacting to the orange. It's kind of funny like how you think that with how many of these I've drawn, I know what I'm doing. Which, to an extent, yes, but sometimes I don't even know. Just kind of experimenting and see what looks good. Although recently I found that like one thing that I think I kind of enjoy in a sense is to kind of teach people of like how I do things, and it's not like because of any particular reason, but more so I think when I kind of recite how I do things to other people and teach them how to do it, I think in a way I kind of teach myself how to do it as well, or like remind myself the process as well. So one example was, you know how it was like animating the animated emote, the Bing Bang Bong one. like I've learned to like do a little animating sketch first before I like go full in and do all the animations. And it's been helping me a lot. And I only know how to do that because I was like explaining to Kotsu about like some sort of animating stuff. I was trying to explain to him like he was trying to like animate the skeleton dance or something like that, and it's mostly just like the skeleton like kind of like shaking its hip, and I was like telling him you need to identify like where the motion is, and I drew to him like the animation is basically the hip going on like a little pendulum kind of like motion, and the animation has to follow that as well. And by demonstrating to him about that, it reminds me like myself that, oh yeah, next time I animate stuff, I should also like do a little sketch first. And so actually I can show you guys. It's better to show you guys more than just to explain what what I'm thinking in my head. So this is the emote that I'm talking. Where is the timeline? Timeline. Where? There you are. So this is the animation. But if we hide all the final stuff and also the background, just look at the sketch and also the little motion here. Is it actually visible? Question mark? Where did it go? Give me a sec. Where's the sketch? I'm getting lost in my my files because all the layers are there's so many layers in this animation thing. Alright, there it is. So I need to hide the yellow part. Oh, there it is. Okay. I want to direct your eyes mostly on the lines at the back. If I can actually highlight it. So that is what I mean with like the sketch for an animation. Like I identified that like for the animation to work, the hand need to follow that kind of curve, and also the whole body or like most of the head has to be like in this kind of bouncing kind of motion. And to like do the little like to establish that like kind of little motion first, it makes animating like so much easier because I just need to follow the curve to follow like where the hands and stuff will go, and then I can flesh out everything else after that. And I only know about this after I demonstrating to Kotsu, like teaching him like what my thought process is and stuff. It's pretty interesting to me. So maybe I have like a I have like a the potential to be like a teacher as well, maybe. Alright, back to work. Before I go off to another tangent, I guess. Hello Hayes, welcome. Is Leon your Sona? Not really. Leon is like I've always considered him more like a character of mine. Okay. There. I might need another adjustment layer. I feel like the contrast is not yet. It's the glow port, the dodge, dodge tool. That's what it's called. Oops. Okay. Should be this, and then this should be there. There you go. If in doubt, dodge it out. Look at all the kind of like a light flare kind of effect that the color dodge kind of tool is like doing. Pretty interesting. You start drawing again. Yeah, you should. Do some finishing touches. Just here and there. I think I've always like enjoyed drawing Arcanine quite a bit. I think they're always so fluffy. Arcanine's are great. Arcanine is such a good looking doggo. Dog, yeah. Very much worth the legendary Pokemon status. That is great for hugging so much fluff. Indeed, indeed. Basically, a fluffy blanket all on itself. It's probably like a super high maintenance dog breed though. In like if we think about like if the Pokemon world is like realistic. Although like I don't know, if you're living in a Pokemon world, then I don't think you really need to worry about AC that much. Like you just like grab an ice type Pokemon or something. I think it's a bit too severe. I need to tune it down just a little bit. He looks a bit too yellow right now. Arcanine was known as the Forever Brush Pokemon. Forever shower, forever brush. I guess at least we can be happy that probably Arcanine will not prefer to swim or like jump into mud pools or something like that. Considering it's a fire type. It might jump into sand though, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Final highlights of the eyes. Call it a day for this one. Okay, this is it. This one. File does Roy want? CSP, PNG, and save as a clip studio. There you go. Alright. We upload that and then we can move on to the next one. Version and then this. Upload that to Twitter as well, and also Blue Sky. I wonder which account is theirs. So many different Roar Dragons. I think it's this one. Yeah, it should be this one. Hey. let's work on the next one, which is this beefy Salamence. I should do two versions with and without the wings. Thank you for the follow, TK, I think. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. Where did I put that? Oh, wing is actually with the effect. That's the case, and that's okay too. Just do it on a separate layer, I guess. This kind of has shape almost remind me of a choke or something. But maybe it's also because it's like a very muscular Salamence, that's why. What is Machoke and, you know, the whole Machop line actually based on, anyway? What kind of, like, it's somehow like reptilian. Also like have a mammalian body or something. This lo-fi music is a bit too chill. Even I'm starting to fall a bit asleep. I'm just like doing all this like autopilot. Ooh, have you guys seen this like I think he's called the Lads guy. Let me see if I can find him. He's like a guy that like basically is like a real life power up. Like he can kind of somehow flex out his lats and then make himself look super huge. um, I don't know if I can necessarily find him very easily though. This one? Question mark? I don't think it's exactly this guy, but maybe it's him? I don't know. I'll put it in the chat. It's very funny to me. There's one where he is doing it kind of like a, is it Mortal Kombat or something? Like he's putting on like sunglasses and then he's like flexing his slacks. And then kind of like a power up moment, I guess. I wonder how many years he must have trained in order to kind of achieve that kind of like thickness to the lats. And also like that much control as well.
Shapeshift now!
Shapeshift now. Are we back to dragon? Yeah. Surprisingly easy once you get that mind and muscle connection, and a couple year of lifting. A good diet should do you good. He has really good lad genetics though. Yeah, definitely. I haven't been to the gym for a while. I'm planning to go back maybe next year. Just don't have time this year. Too many obligations. I go every single day is an addiction. You're already booked out for the whole year. That's rough. Yeah.
Hoi!
I'm not booked in a good way. How do I say it? And because I'm not booked in a good way, I need to be booked in a good way. If that makes sense. I have too many like real life obligations I have to do, and that's why I need to get booked. I need to, get the months in order to be able to pay those real life obligations. But yeah, you should ease out after this year. So you have to like grind it out this year, I guess. When was the last time I've been to the gym? I think it was like before pandemics, and then like we have to stop because of COVID, and I haven't been since. I kind of miss going to the gym, but at the same time, I also don't miss it. Sometimes it might be like I think I would prefer to just stay at home, like as in like one of those like at home gyms. The only thing is like we don't have like one of those like mirrors, so it's harder for me to check whether I'm doing something correctly or not. I couldn't imagine lifting without mirrors. Yeah. Yeah, big boy. Kind of weird to say this, but I think like one thing that I still have to improve on is probably like drawing toes for whatever reason. Like I think I still have the tendency of drawing them like like a the usual like a kind of like furry paws, like this kind, when it's really not like that. Something to keep in mind, I guess. How long have I been drawing? Oof, I don't know. Almost like 15 years, nearly, maybe? I don't know. Somewhere around that range. 10 to 15. Yeah, that sounds right. From time immemorial. I'm honestly one of the more fortunate ones, I guess, that I've been. Can you say in the industry, or like more so in the community for so long, and still like going? A lot of people would maybe not be as fortunate, and they don't have that as many opportunities as me. So I really should be thankful to everyone that has supported me throughout the years. I don't remember how like when did I first debut on I think I first debuted it on DeviantArt. So if I go back to the first picture that I have ever posted, then maybe I can actually figure out when I actually debuted it. I think I first posted the like a study of Rihanna. I think that's it. Okay, so I started posting on DeviantArt on in 2011. So yeah, 13 years of like online. But that's only like a digital art though. Like before then, I've also done a little bit of traditional art. But that's kind of like mostly just extracurricular class, I guess. But if you want to count those, then it would be a bit more than 13 years. What was your first drawing? $10 on it being a Pokemon. If you're talking about like first drawing, then I don't think so. It's probably like some sort of manga that I have traced like when I was like super young, like when I was a little kid. So it's definitely not Pokemon. Um, it's the basketball anime, I think. My first debut? My first debut on DeviantArt is actually a study of Rihanna. Let me see if I can get the link out again. Yeah, I'll put it on chat. This is it. I was still using Psy back then. Interesting. I don't actually remember how I ended up drawing like a ton of Pokemon. I mean, back then I was like maybe Pokemon was the only franchise that I was actually interested in. So naturally, I think if I'm drawing like fan art stuff, like Pokemon comes as the first choice. Before then, like with traditional art stuff, um, like following what I was taught by my teacher, I'm mostly like a portrait like artist. He has this style of like trying to use as few strokes as possible to get the portrait of like a person out. And so I was using that to do a lot of my art back then. Well, I think I know what exactly happened. I think it was like one of those like old khaki bots that got me interested in drawing Pokemon for digital art. And then of course like we also have a DeviantArt group back then, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers. That's what it was called. That got me into like drawing Pokemon comics as well. While all art and ban kids furries, I cannot find the answer to this question. I don't think all of them are. If you go to the art tab here on Twitch, you can probably like find a lot of them that aren't. Do you draw not safe for work? I do, but it's kind of like in a state of limbo currently. I find like not safe for work stuff kind of like burns me out, and I need to pace around them quite a bit. I need to draw them like a kind of strategically. A large majority, I don't know. Maybe it's just like the nature of like like artistic like people, artistic like personalities. They like to. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have an answer for that. It could be like a environmental kind of like or societal pressure that got more people into it. Like if you're not artistic, you're pushed by the society to be more like the normal career stuff. And so I think like for artistic people, um in general, like if you boil down to it, they're more rebellious, I guess. They just enjoy the freedom of doing whatever they want, and so I guess like they'll go for like more of these like abnormal, or air quote abnormal, like again like not against the society, like different from this what society expects, I guess. it's also kind of funny because like even to this day, I don't really fully consider myself a furry. Like, but I don't know. Like many people have different definition of like a furry. So I don't know if like I actually land in it or not. Because like I guess like in the general term, if you enjoy furry stuff, then you're probably a furry. But like in my mind, I also like kind of categorize uh like hardcore furry to have like a to be very big in stuff like fursuits. But like I don't know, I don't know what they're into. I just happen to draw a lot of like furry art, I guess, and that's why I'm being counted as like the a part of the community, which I don't mind. But I wouldn't say like I'm one of those like super hardcore ones. I do also kind of find like furry stuff to be more interesting to look at, and like it's a bit more freedom and uh more varieties, I guess. Like if you only have like human characters, like there are only like so many human characters that you can draw, and like like to make them different and stuff like that. Which you can see and observe in a lot of like artists who only draw human characters. Like usually they suffer from like a same face syndrome. So I guess like if you draw a lot of like furry characters, it kind of like by default kind of alleviate from that. And it's just, I'm definitely a hardcore furry. I see. I love info stuff a lot. Yeah. I don't know. It's just something about it. It's more fun. I know this world is so boring, and the furry world is so much more diverse. I think that's kind of it too. Yeah. I think I saw like a video essay on YouTube once about something like a furry topics, and I think they talked about how like that's usually the case for the media as well. Like how many shows and games and whatever do you remember versus like games and shows that actually have furry characters? Like for example, um, you can very easily point out, that show with the talking lion, that movie with the talking lion, or like that game with like the talking fox that's like driving a plane. Then you can immediately imagine like what it is. But like then, you think about like how you can kind of describe a show or movie the same way, but it's only a human character. Then you kind of like run into a wall. I'm not saying like all of them are like that, but it's just easier for like describing something that is the very content. I think that's a part of it. Yeah, what you're saying. It's a form of escapism. That's the same thing with like why most of the time I prefer like Nintendo games. Like they're not like always the best and stuff like that, but most of the time they give you a sense of like you're going on like a magic ride or magic like adventure in a magical world. It's a form of escapism. It might be like people might consider it childish or whatever, like, but reality is cruel. The real world is cruel. I don't want my game to still be in the real world. I want it to be like in the colorful, fun world. where I know that like when I'm in there, I'm there to have fun. I don't need to be reminded of the real world. Which is kind of the same as like the furry stuff, I guess. You know that this is fake, I guess. You're here to have fun. Well, last easy I can experience that wonder of childhood. Yeah, yeah, very much. I still feel I'm not going anywhere in my drawing, just feels I'm in the same level. I kind of feel that way too, TBH. But yeah, sometimes I do surprise myself saying, you know, I actually can do this. But it's like a very gradual stuff that you kind of just have to work with. It's the same as like, for example, people trying to lose weight or like build muscle by going to the gym. You don't really see the differences immediately, and you can't expect that either. If you do, then you're just gonna like disappoint yourself. And it's not a great thing. Oh, hello, Purple Lemons. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna give you a shout out. Lemons, what have you guys been doing? To all the raiders, I'm a digital artist. I draw a lot of Pokemon stuff, sometimes furry stuff as well. And then, if you look at the top right corner, is some of my recent like commission stuff that I've been doing. I'm currently doing a lot of like current commission stuff as well, as you can see on the screen. If you want to see more of my art, you can go to all the links in the about page, and you can search all over. I was doing art, an art trade for someone. Oh, that sounds cool. Hope you had a lot of fun. But yeah, I do a lot of like chill streams. Sometimes we play some Japanese music, Japanese pop, and some lo-fi music and stuff. So if you want to chill and see me do art, I guess, then you're very much welcome to stay. I think that's about it for my introduction. What was I talking about just now? Yeah, oh, Batuka, you said you're like a very much like a you feeling stagnant, whatever, in your art. But yeah, it's really like a slow progress thing. You can't force yourself to, you know, improve super significantly in like a short period of time. Unless I guess like you grind all the time, I guess, every day, do art studies and stuff. Which is something that I advocate all the time actually. Like people think about like a good artist is like someone who can always like make a good picture or whatever. Like they're good with their art, not art, but like style, or like how they choose different colors or compositions and stuff like that. Which is of course like very true on most parts, but at the same time, like I think a good artist also need to have good set of eyes. They need to be able to recognize what they do and what they're doing that they're not satisfied about, and then the whole process of like realizing that, and then also work to improve on that. Thank you for the follow, Black Ivory, and also the Hyper Blast. Welcome, welcome. You need to be your biggest critic, yeah. But at the same time, don't be like super, like you can't be like like super cruel on yourself though. To the point that you might be like self-loathing or something. That is not good as well. Like you need to be you need to have like a critical mind when you're like looking at your own stuff, and if you want to improve, of course, like be critical on like what you want to improve on, and then try to like find practices where you can do and improve on said things that you want to improve on. Your name seems familiar. Yeah, you probably see me somewhere. I've been online for quite a while. It's just that like I'm pretty new to Twitch actually. I only started streaming here since last November. Lots of things happened, and yeah, I've never got to actually be on Twitch. Like before I was using what happened? Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. Enjoy all the emotes. I really enjoy this one here on the chat. It's like a new emote, so you can now use it. What was I saying? Yeah, before I was using my laptop to do a lot of my art, and so it doesn't have like a very good processing power, and I find it really hard to stream. Let me see. No one can bring their perfect idea into live. We're all striving for something that's slightly beyond our ability, and then hoping that we can make that even echoes what that look like in our heads. We get as close to the idea as we can. So don't tear yourself down trying to get there. Yeah. We can always like strive to be as close to perfectionism as we could, but we also need to accept that we'll never be perfect. I think like if we if we want to shorten it, that's kind of like the sentiment, I guess. Thank you so much for the follow, Fefs per TV. Welcome, welcome. And then oh yeah, going back to my train of thought. I was like using my laptop, and so like I can't really stream. And then like also, since I'm in Australia right now, Australia has like one of the worst internet possible. And so for the longest time I didn't have NBN or like optical fiber. So it's only like until recent year, like maybe 2 years ago, that I've gotten a stable optical fiber. So yeah, my internet is doing okay now that I can stream. And also like I've upgraded from laptop to desktop this previous year, and so yeah, now I actually have all the like infinity stones that I can stream. But yeah, I've been around the internet quite a lot. I mean, not the internet in general, but more so just like the community quite a lot. So if you guys have seen my name before, I wouldn't be surprised. Hmm. How would I say, like, what kind of practice would I suggest to myself though if I, let's say I want to improve? If I think back on like what I've been doing a lot, probably mm, probably a lot of like gesture studies. I credit a lot of like how I pose and how I do a lot of like all these like dynamic stuff to pose studies, or like gesture studies. And then also perhaps something like style study to artist that you really enjoy, I think that's also one way to improve. Because like you can always like find something that you like from a favorite artist of yours, kind of like search or like study how they do things, and you can probably add to your own arsenal. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing with all these like commissions actually. They can almost be kind of like considered to be a style study of like Dragalia Lost. And Dragalia Lost have like great portraits that I really enjoy the style of. And all of these commissions is kind of like an art study of it. So really miss Regalia Lost though. Regalia is really lost. We kind of have like a Ram Blue relink, I think. A lot of my friends are actually enjoying it. I don't know. I don't know if it's for me. Like the game looks very pretty, and the the gaming style is also kind of like similar to what I remember from Regalia Lost. But I think it looks a bit too good, if that makes sense. Like sometimes, like when I play games like that, I don't prefer the visual style to be like too realistic. I feel like that's a bit too crowded for my eyes. Well, like for my brain. So I sometimes I prefer them to be actually simpler, or like maybe a bit more chibi and stuff like that, so that it's like easy for my brain to follow. Too noisy, yeah. I guess that's kind of like the word, like how I would explain it. Also, like if I were to actually try out a game, I will actually go full in, and I simply don't have the time this year. I'd rather like spend some of my time doing all these submissions instead. Although in recent years, I don't know, like I don't know if it's just my age or like I'm just getting more cynical. Like I find it harder to find things that I really enjoy in media nowadays. I don't know if it's that or it's really just like things declining in quality and they're not really that great to enjoy anymore. Again, like movie wise, like it was great when MCU was still in its prime, but nowadays it's just kind of like meh. Nothing feels new. Yeah, that's kind of like an element of that too. Yeah. Last time I feel something to be like super exciting would be movie wise at least. Everything Everywhere All at Once. That movie like surprised me so much. I saw a lot of like I remember seeing like a lot of like previews of it or like the trailers of it on Facebook and it got me intrigued. And then we went out to like a cinema and it's not like even one of the bigger cinemas and uh, it's like one of those like almost like more ghetto ones, more like I don't know, like they're like village cinema or something like that. And we walked out like super happy about it. I almost cried with it as well. I think I connected to it more because like I'm also Asian, in like a Western and foreign country, so I relate to it. Probably just a messy mixture of all of the above. Yeah. It's less about innovation experimentation and more about efficiency and money. I miss when passion projects were just that. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but that's kind of like the world that we're living in. Mm. I put a lot more attention into like things like anime nowadays. Because at least they're actually trying something new sometimes. I really enjoy, for example, Freeman. Like, it's like a genre that I've never really watched that much, and they're doing something interesting with it. I really appreciate that show. It's also like a kind of like a new perspective that they're playing with, and it's very interesting. What did you enjoy? I said Freerun. The what was it called again? Like the full title. Oh, hello, Gal. You're done with streaming of your own? Let me give you a shout out as well. That's pretty fast of you. Like, I think you started streaming after me, but like you finished before me. Just fine. No, no, no. I didn't mean it like the like trying to roast you or anything. I wanted to draw, so I ended early. Oh, nice. What are you planning to draw? With anime, it's probably because there's quite a bit of it out there. They have innovative ways to stand out. Yeah, yeah. Shashingo, I've never heard of it. What is it about? Like sounds like pachinko or something. Oh, is it that game that you can take pictures or something and then learn Japanese that way? I think Kotsu is gonna play it in a few days. Looks interesting. You take pictures of things with a camera and it teaches you the word of what you took a picture of and then vocab associated with it. Oh, I see, I see. Because like speaking of Japanese, learning Japanese, I've ran into a passage some time ago that completely blew my mind. Because like for people who don't know, I actually like my mother tongue is Cantonese, so I know English, I know Cantonese, and I also know Mandarin. And the passage I think I saw was about learning Japanese in the way of, like, not in a way, like learning Japanese with a Chinese mind. Let me see if I can find it again. Japanese. It was like about the 50 words or something for Japanese. Let's see. Ah, there it is. Oh my god, why is it black? Give me a second. I'm a little jealous because like my brain thinks in English, so while I can kind of understand different languages, I can't really respond properly. Yeah. Sometimes it's faster in English, sometimes it's faster in Chinese. But what I'm seeing here is very interesting to me. I can't really find a picture of it though, for some reason. Why is it so? I found it pretty easily the other day. But now I don't know where it is. Alright, anyway. I think it's something like this. So, thank you for the follow, Simon N. Carbuncle. So, let's see. Let me clear out everything underneath first. It's a bit hard to see otherwise. Alright. So, for this letter, let's look at the first letter first. This one. This one is ah, right? This is ah. Oh, ah. So they're like a very they're five tones, like kind of like the same as English. So five vowels, A E I O U, but then for them it's always like going to be like a short version of it. So it's like A E I O, A E U E. What am I trying to say? A E U E E. I don't know. Whatever. You get what I mean. But this one, for example, it's A or A. It's pronounced A, like this letter, and it's actually derived from the Chinese word of an. This is an, and in Chinese there are very different ways for, like, I guess you would consider it like a different font. So for example, the very popular writing of it would be kind of like this. This is one font of it. And then there's one that's called 草书 or 丑书, which is kind of like a font that is like super flowy and super scribbly. And if I try to write it, it's I don't know the exact font of it, but you can kind of see the like similarity of this one, like kind of like that. So it turns from this to this, and the pronunciation is kind of like similar as well. So this one is an, this one is a, and then what's another one that's like kind of more like for I forgot what this one exactly is called, like uh something Ghana. Like this font, there's this one and then there's another one, and they kind of have like similar idea as well. Oh, I found it. Yeah, this one also is kind of referred that way. Like if we look at here, this is a, i, u, e, o. So in here they're saying like this kind of symbol, the symbol for a is derived from a in Chinese. Like this one is a in Chinese, and in Japanese it looks like this, and it's kind of similar to this one right here. One very obvious example would be here as well. This is b, and then it's literally just like the side of it. And also like ba. In Chinese, this is also ba. Hiragana and katakana, yeah, exactly. What's the other one? I remember li. Yeah, this one right here. This is ri, and this is li. But they can't roll their tongue in Japanese, so both of them are li. And then, what else? This one you can't really see a lot of like similarity, but you like for this kind of stuff, you just kind of have to remember. What else? This is ka. In Japanese, it will be ka, and this one in Mandarin is jia, but in Cantonese is ga. So it's GA and KA. So they're very similar. And it blew my mind. Like if you like learn it that way with like a Chinese kind of like mindset, it makes like learning Japanese very, very easy. Like you might not be able to understand like what some of the Japanese like words would mean, like the combination of it, but at this like at least you will be able to pronounce them. Oh, this one as well. Like this is bo, and this is in Japanese it will in Mandarin it will be bao, bao, or in Cantonese in Cantonese is bo, so bo, but it's bo in Japanese, so very similar. Anyway, that's enough for my Japanese rambling. Let me go back to drawing the Salamence. It's not a lesson. I don't even know that much Japanese at all. I only remember like some of the little stuff. I should learn Japanese though. Like if I really like going to Japan. Like I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but like for me, if I were to travel to Japan, I really want to like instead of going to like tourist spots, I really want to go to just uh, like behind the huge streets or whatever, and just explore the little streets, and then look for um very authentic Japanese foods, or like something that's like a local hotspot or something. It reminds me, Chad, I might have to pick your brain to more about something as well and ask you some stuff. Okay. You can message me anytime. I'll respond when I'm free. The reason I'm trying to relearn is for when I travel, I don't want to be that foreign, right? Hmm. I think I have to cook later, so I think after I finish this commission, then I'll probably stop the stream. It'll be like I don't know, maybe 30 minutes more. Be able to get it done by then. I still want to go to Japan and just ride the rail there. Huh. I just want to try all the food, really. And also like maybe go to one of those like super huge buildings with all the stationery and toy stuff. Thank you, Haru Lugia, for the hydrate. How long is your current commission queue? I need to jump in. Let me check. So, currently is at 214 spots, and I am at 164. So around 50 more spots. It's kind of almost like at the end of my list though, so I'm kind of like preparing to offer more stuff, I guess. Like perhaps just the conventional commission pricing method. Like people are talking about like a usually for like let's say for this commission here. Like let's use it as an example. Like for example, some of the pricing method would be like the headshot would be one prize, and then if it's like waist up, then it'll be one prize, and then full body would be one prize, and then plus background and stuff like that. Maybe that's something that I can offer to people. Um, I don't know how to price it currently though, so that's something that I still have to kind of experiment on. So yeah, I guess this information is for people who don't want the gacha version, gacha like the style that I'm providing right now. And if you're interested in something else, that is part that I guess you can look forward to that. I feel like if I open that sort of commission though, it's probably gonna be another floodgate being opened, and I don't know if I'm ready for that. People are gonna be like, "Oh, I've waited this for forever. Take my money right now," and the list will be like suddenly like 100 spots taken. I'm like, I don't know, I don't know like if I'll be able to like turn around that fast, but if you guys can wait for me patiently, I'll get to you. I mean, that's kind of already the case for some of these like portrait stuff. That's why like every time I get to a new commissionist spot, I usually go back and tell them like, look, I'm up to your spot now. Do you remember this? Like, this is what you have like placed in your in the form for what you want, and we'll work from there. Last question, I promise. Is it okay if I give you references on this card? I don't have them ready just yet. Yeah, of course. You could do limited spots just to give yourself a break. Yeah, of course I can do that, but I can't. I can't do that right now. Not for this year. Maybe next year I can do it, but this year I need the money, so I need to like actually work. Can't afford the can't afford a break. That's a luxury to me. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm actually, instead of like drinking water, I'm drinking lancha. It's like a herbal tea, the Chinese ones. In Cantonese like kind of philosophy, I guess, or Chinese philosophy. I don't know if it's just Cantonese, but we have this like a concept of like things being key tea, or like some things that being cold in element, and this kind of herbal tea is supposedly good for if you feel like you're very heaty. For example, maybe you feel like you have a sore throat or something, then you drink this kind of herbal tea to kind of like cool your body down. And my mom really likes to like cook this sort of herbal tea for us. Drink the tears of my enemy. Kind of, I guess. Should I do it like that? Looks a bit awkward. uh, hmm. Need to stretch a little bit. Okay, let's work on the wings, I guess. Need to be darker as well, so that it's separated from the body. That should be enough. Did I miss something? I thought I'm missing something for whatever reason. Let me just do the usual stuff for now. Multiply. So this one, duplicate layers down to the wings. Okay. praise this method enough. This backlit thing is just so cool. I need to I need to assign the PNG tuber to be on like a better shortcut button. I keep pressing on a number of buttons without knowing, and it keeps like transforming myself. I still need to make like a snow leopard version of myself, and that would look so cute. Before that though, I think I need to upgrade my PNG tuber for the koala. I need to animate it the same style as the dragon one. So many things to do, so little time. Would it be nice if we human being don't need to sleep? We need to study the art of magic and be able to like, what is it called again? Like astral projection. I think that's it. Be able to learn stuff when we sleep, do things, be productive. Hello, Amatsu. Welcome. It's getting pretty late for most of the people in the US. That's why it's getting a bit more quiet in chat, I think. That's okay. I'm nearly finished with this commission anyway, so go and cook after this. Good. Things now. Fading. Purple. I didn't know that Salamence got bulk up added to its move pool. Does it not have bulk up? Sometimes when I'm doing all these shadings and lighting stuff, sometimes I don't know when to stop. I need to stop myself sometimes actually. Sometimes less is more with this kind of stuff. suck at shading, but that's cause I always add shadows onto the base rather than sculpt the highlights out of the shadow. Uh, I would say like both are kind of like legit way of doing it. It's just that whichever way you choose, it's kind of like a different kind of thinking method. I've seen people, some artists, they instead of like doing what I'm doing right now, they would like bucket the whole layer to be the shading color, and they'll like use a lasso tool to kind of like carve out where they think the light would be. That's kind of like a valid method too. You don't always need to like do the shadows instead of like do the lightings. Both are valid ways. Just depends on like your own preference and your own habits. Or like whichever way is easier for you to think about, I guess. probably need to do more study on like a muscle definition and where the planes all are. I don't think I currently have any of the visual library of like where the muscles and shadows will fall. I can only kind of guess and kind of like try to make it look good. It's kind of like connected to what I was mentioning before, like how artists have to be kind of like their own critics, like what they think they're kind of like struggling right now, what they can like to identify it, and then like search for like the appropriate kind of like practice to improve on later. I'm always like kind of in that kind of mindset. I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, what am I doing bad? Something that couldn't be improved on. And I'll like try to look for studies or like whatever later. I think that looks pretty good right now. Do some lighting. How should I do that for the wings? So I just have to kind of add a little root over here. So play. Careful using Google Images for reference images. They're flooded with AI image now. Yeah, unfortunately. It's kind of funny though, because like how they're functioning right now, like how AI is functioning right now, is essentially killing itself. The more images they generate right now, the more it's gonna dilute their possible like references that they can pull in from, and they're just gonna like slowly poison their own image like reservoir, I guess is the term. It's slowly gonna be like taken over by like AI images online, and all the image references that the AI program itself can pull from would be the things that they have created. And so it kind of creates this loop of like the forever and infinitely like just referencing themselves, and the quality of like realism and stuff was just gonna deteriorate unless like in the future they're gonna like do something like do some sort of programming to kind of fix that problem. Otherwise it's just gonna keep getting worse and worse. And unfortunately, like sometimes it's kind of poisoning like what us humans are using as well. Like wasn't there like a tweet about how some of the very ridiculously created like AI created like image got into some sort of peer reviewed like educational passage or something? That's very unfortunate to see. hope so. I really don't want to try and pull off reference images of the human body and just get some AI. Yeah. They didn't just use AI to the maker of images either. All the text was auto-generated. Yeah, that's the same thing with like using, what is it called again? ChatGPT, yeah. And ChatGPT is also like kind of rebelling nowadays. It's like slowly becoming more and more lazy. I need to remind myself to not be so timid with my brush strokes. Like some of these very clear brush strokes that you can see, I think those are quite interesting and adds some sort of dimension to the picture. I need to remember not to be like always using some sort of soft brush and try to just go through it like very easily. To challenge myself from like refraining from doing that. It scares me to think that this will be the future of science, just people throwing crap into a machine, getting a paper. I mean, it's kind of already been like that for a while. Very unfortunate indeed. Indeed, you're back. Are you gonna stream later? I might just like rate you later after I'm done with this commission. You know, these definitions are really good to look at. I really should like stop using all these like soft brush and then using like super big um brush strokes to kind of blur things around. This sort of like definition really adds a lot to it. Maybe like some of you guys can learn something from this as well. Like it's not just me teaching you guys, but more so like we're all like exploring things together, seeing what works and what not. Like I don't think I can like properly teach someone, but we can definitely like look for the answer together. That's the whole vibe here, I think. That's the idea, group learning, yeah. But unfortunately, a lot of people like to put me on a pedestal. Like, oh, you can't do no wrong and stuff. When really, I'm still learning myself. And again, like art is like a forever learning kind of topic. I think always like learn something new. My arm hurts from chores. What have you been doing? Lots of vacuuming or like brushing. Vacuuming everything, right? So a small vacuum bill because I've been in dust allergy. Oh, I see. You wouldn't like it here in Australia. I don't know why, but like we get so much dust here. Maybe because like Melbourne, at least in general, is like so flat, and so you get dust particles everywhere. Same thing with like hay fever. We get them very easily here. Wearing masks, noted. I mean, it's more prominent for local Australian, I think, but yeah, just bring a mask to be safe anyway. They always say like if you've stayed here for like a long enough time and then you've become an Australian, and that's the time when you actually get hay fever. I get allergies, I'm gonna be so sniffly and my nose is gonna run a marathon. It's the same here, like for people with like a hay fever. You often like go to like public transport and everyone will be like sneezing and like sniffling. And that's not the cold, it's just hay fever. It happens most often in like spring summer time here. Or like when it's about to rain, that also happens. Because like all the rain and temperature differences, they kind of condense all the pollens. And so it's like when you breathe in much more than usual. And so yeah. Salamence traded wings for muscle. No, the wings are there. I actually specifically asked the commissioner, like, does he have wings? Because in the reference he doesn't have wings, but I was thinking like in this image, I think the wings can still fit in. So I'm like, sure, let's add the wings in too. I like how this looks. I think I'll get some attention from the Barra community now as well. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but who knows? For sure. It's okay. I welcome all of you guys. Barra, uh, Barra, Twings, Bears, Chubby. I welcome all. You probably have a bunch of nothing but Barra stuff. It's okay. I accept that challenge. Thank you, women too. Right. I'm not as well versed with drawing women, but I can try. I always say this, but like some people like tell me that I actually draw pretty good women. I do have a tendency of like depreciating myself. That's what my boyfriend keeps telling me actually. So don't trust my words on that, I guess. All right, this looks great. I don't even need to add like a what is that thing called again? Lost my train of thought. The color dodge thing, or like a no. Color dodge thing is what I'm doing now. The contrast and stuff that I usually need. You draw them a lot better than the average fairy artist. A lot of them don't draw women at all. I guess that's true. Maybe that's why. I think once again I have to like credit that to all the gesture studies because sometimes, not sometimes actually, most of the time they're the only female. I don't know why that is the case, but seems like seems like there are more female models of some sort. I really don't know the like don't know the answer to why that is. Relates to the breast, I can't see why. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's why. Alright, let's do some final touch ups. And some booby highlights. Probably some on the biceps as well. What about live drawing models? I've never actually been to a live drawing session, so I really don't know. All of my resources have only been online resources, online uh, post, like model posts. Eh? How do you call them? I don't even know. With the references, yeah, yeah. I took a life drawing class years ago and now I model for a set class. Oh, that's interesting. How is the experience like? Like, do you just like sit there? I mean, that's kind of the job of that, right? But can you do anything apart from like just sit there? Like, wouldn't it be a bit boring, TBH? There's a couple places around where I live that have regular live drawing sessions. Okay. Alright, this one is done as well. Oh, did I forget to actually time myself? I think I did. Uh-oh. Let me see. It should follow what I've actually put down before. So maybe around 50. And this one is around this one. Okay. Looks about right. And take various poses, sitting, standing, reclining. They usually start with gesture poses, which can be more dynamic or abstract. And they move on to longer poses from 5 minutes to 45 minutes. Right, I see. SD file, okay, cool. I like to do poses that could be used to tell a story or embody a character. So it makes things more interesting. And sometimes I'll use props like a staff or masks, household items to interact with. I see. About maybe the no wing version as well. So here, this. So this one will be a variation. And without the background. So without the whole thing, we'll put the wings into gap back there. So somewhere here. Mark? No. Here. Save as. I think they wanted the Photoshop file. Yep. Okay. Alright. That is it for me for today. Is anyone streaming right now that we can read? It's been a while since we've raided Sephi, so let's go with Sephi actually. But yeah. Let me stop the music and we go to the end scene. Thank you everyone for coming. So I don't know if like we'll stream tomorrow. We shall see. I'll announce it definitely. Yeah. If we're gonna stream tomorrow, then it's gonna be mostly commissions again. So I hope you guys have a really nice day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Bye bye everyone.